to the Synthwave Live Lounge. It's exclusive for Nightride FM, where it's a community chat show. We talk about all things synthwave with lots of live performances. And on the panel, we have various artists, we have bloggers, we have influencers, all sorts of people. And today, I'm joined by Captain Johnny Dangerous, aka from Jonny Farmer from Steel City Collective. We've got Luke Jackson, aka Brandon. We have Martin, Patrick Fakeman, and we have John Beckett. Guys, how's it all going?
Yeah, doing great.
Thanks so much.
Good evening.
So we've got very exciting times for you, John and Luke, at the moment. You've got 2 albums coming out next week. Very exciting.
Indeed, we do. I'll say something first. I mean, 28th, what a day. It's going to be a magical day for both of us. And I know that I'm looking forward to seeing what you've got coming out as much as you're looking forward to seeing what I've got coming out, I'm guessing.
Oh,
I'm hoping.
4 tracks already released from yourself and sounding spot on.
Oh, well, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, and this is your is this your 7th album, John? Is that right?
Yeah. So I've numbered them like that, so it's like the 7th kind of concept album. There are a few other compilation albums in between that and other things, and there was also a spur off of what I normally do to the city pop era. So that's the city pop. Tapeless was the album. That was the one I did last year.
Yeah, that was great.
So yeah, there's a few albums out there, and but this is definitely the 7th one, lucky number 70. And I don't know what that means, but hey, yeah, it's the one that's closest to my heart at the moment. So there we go.
No, it's
still the next one.
Still the next one, yeah.
No, it's honestly so fantastic, and yeah, I feel that this year there's been a real resurgence with Talkbox, and it's really cool to see like your song "Zap My Heart." That's the Talkbox, and that is amazing. I remember you released the teaser on that on Facebook ages ago, and I remember being really excited for that track, and it came out amazingly in the end.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, the Talkbox has been a passion for many, many years. I mean, even when I first started doing the synthwave, kind of the way it works as synthwave, my tagline has always been, synthwave and Talkbox with a backdrop of 80s beats. That's kind of what I am, and it's good to actually get it into this album and feature it, but also let it sit back sometimes, let the actual funk and the grooves that come from the bass and everything else come in. So yeah, it's been a passion project, and also just trying to get that back on the scene and trying to bring something new to this year. But obviously with the old lockdown and the COVIDs, we've had Chromeo launch their isolation album, which kind of makes it look like he's doing Talkbox like Chromeo, and it's like,
I mean, I've seen isolation. I heard yours way before I heard theirs.
Oh, good, because geez, those guys, they're great.
John, I was going to ask you a question about it, in the sense that I guess it's also a question for Luke, for Brandon as well. In terms of the release schedule and the work that you've done, has lockdown impacted that positively, negatively? Are you on target from where you expected to be? Is it a little bit quicker? Is it a bit slower? Has the album changed? I'm kind of interested to know, with the idea that you're stuck indoors all day, what the impact's been on the music.
Well, I'll say something first if you want. Well, yes, it definitely has changed it. It's changed it from all the way down to the fundamental element of the actual grooves in the tracks that are being used. It definitely took some energy, and took some energy away. That's the problem, because when we were getting together, we were able to fire some ideas around. We were in the same studio space. We were rehearsing, getting ready for the gigs, and there was an energy there with the kind of the Beckett band. Obviously working with Luca Riccardo and Rachel Jones, and there is always that kind of energy in the room, which is brilliant. And you kind of go away from it thinking, this song would be great, and we could push that into this kind of album. But yeah, the minute that lockdown came around and a lot of things were cancelled, a lot of things were instantly shut down, we ended up with more of a kind of recluse kind of sound. I kind of went back into the actual grooves, and what I was thinking about doing changed quite a bit, and ended up being more of a more of a smooth funk kind of element than the kind of poppy upbeat synthwave that I normally do. Some of that is still reminiscent in some of the tracks like Aerobics and Hot Sauce, but you can definitely feel a slower funk groove in the later tracks, definitely. So, yeah. I mean, what do you think, Luke? How does it happen for you, mate?
To be honest, I mean, that's interesting what you said about the energy of and the feel of the album changing. From a practical standpoint, just like you said, not being able to get together as well. I found that much of the new EP, the upcoming EP, was done last year in terms of my side of things, but obviously I've got SJ Bravo featuring on there as well, and me and Sam had the intention earlier this year of getting together at Sam's studio down in Nottingham, because the space I've got here it's not really ideal for vocal performances and recording. So we were going to meet up there and obviously get together and do that. Obviously everything happened and it meant that we couldn't go there and physically track together in the studio and finish writing the songs there. So that kind of delayed things to some degree, and we were kind of in this limbo state of when can we get together. Then obviously things got worse and we thought, right, it's not going to happen. So we've had to work remotely, which, John, I'm assuming that was what you and Rachel were doing with the
Yeah, definitely. We had I had a setup with Luke. Rachel's was a lot easier actually, because we set up a mic system that just got shipped out to her and she sold it all out. I would sing a rough line, how I wanted it to sound, and then send it over, and she would then record several versions with harmonies and whack it in Dropbox, no problem. With Luke, we had the same kind of thing. Luca was, he again, he's in lockdown, and he had his guitar set up and everything else, which we needed. So it was quite easy. We were able to just have a chat, a live online chat like this, and then run the audio back and forth, which was quite easy. And it was, apart from looking at a little screen with him on it, it was almost like he was in the same room. It felt quite natural. But yeah, there was definitely an energy difference that it's a lot harder for, I like to be in the room and help and say, right, well, this is what we're looking for this track. This is how I feel this should work, and maybe change that, maybe work on this. And it's a bit more difficult once you've got like several recordings in the bag already, and they've been sent across. Yeah.
I definitely totally relate with that. Do you think though that I found that when we did the collaborations on the previous EP and we were in the studio together, and obviously we would sort of do it, you can do things in the moment, and you speed up the process, and back and forth is much faster. Like you say, you're not having to do a Zoom call or whatever like this, or messages. But I did find that not being in the same room slows things down to a degree, meaning that rather than trying to get everything done in a day or a couple of days for one particular track or something, you can have an extra day to kind of sit with it and then come back to it and say, right, this isn't quite working, or this really is working, we should do more of this and that. It kind of, because it stretches out that time span, it can work to a benefit, I think, to some degree.
Yeah, it gives you more time to analyze what's gone down and is it right for the actual sound and the scene.
It is really interesting, actually, like to think of it like that, because you're obviously like used to doing things a certain way, and like you say, riffing in the moment, and sometimes you, like you say, you get that energy, and even though you may not feel like you had that energy during lockdown making these tracks, like I've listened to both your albums in full, and it doesn't feel like there's any difference to me in the energy of the songs, or anything like that. So maybe it's kind of your own interpretation of the experience of it that maybe gives you a bit of a numbed feeling towards it. Whereas actually in reality, when those songs are playing out there, they're still just popping just as sweetly as they always do, for me anyway.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it is a case that because I set off the beginning of this year with a clear idea of where I was going to go with it, and it changed. I'm not saying that the energy falters or changes in any way, gets bad or worse. It just feels different. It feels like a completely different way that this album has gone. And yeah, you know, there was ideas and tracks were in the pipeline back in November. I mean, we did a live gig debut in one of them, 20 years, and that was kind of where the album was going to be going, more of like these large vocal anthem kind of synth pieces. But as time's gone on, I was able to start interspersing the other elements, which I was really interested about, was the kind of funk sound and the groove sound, with using Talkbox in several different ways. I mean, not just as a gimmicky sound. I mean, because I didn't want it to be a gimmicky sound. I wanted it to feature in itself. So I was able to go back and think about these actual lines that maybe I couldn't sing, but I could definitely do it with a Talkbox, and I could definitely make the groove sound right with that Talkbox. And there's moments I even use it as a percussive instrument. So I'm actually soloing, not actually saying anything, not actually getting any vocal kind of diction out of it, but actually soloing the sound through the Talkbox, which kind of adds a different flair to it as well, which I wouldn't have done that if we were in the other state of what I wanted to do with the album to begin with. I probably would have left all those things and not really experimented, but because I was here on my own, I was able to experiment quite a lot with that. So
yeah, you embrace the direction, don't you? You kind of think, oh, if things are changing a bit, I'm not really feeling pushing this kind of style of tracks at the moment, so I'm going to lean towards this, and then obviously you got in the mindset then, and worked out well in the end, clearly. So
I will say
that is one of the cool things. Oh, sorry, go on, Jack.
What I was going to say quickly was that I have noticed, because obviously we were in lockdown for a few months, at the very beginning, I'm talking about all genres, but the music that was released, fairly into the lockdown process was just kind of rushed, and it was always like cliche songs, like this is a song about isolation or the pandemic song. I've noticed now, as months have gone on, they've taken their time, like you guys have, and really like use this time to really focus and, redefine your sound in your cases. Like Luke, you've Miami Fresh, it's a lot more funky, you've got different kind of sounds coming off in this new album, so it's good that you guys have kind of like taken the time to transform it a bit.
Johnny's stuck some stuff in his nose to try and distract
What?
us, but now it's gone.
What are you talking about?
What's been quite interesting for me is that there is that idea that you can take your time with a track, with an album, with an EP, whatever it might well be. I would say for the both of you that there is this polishedness to the albums which supersedes the ones you've had before. And for John, it's quite a number of albums. For Brandon, yourself, it's obviously the one previously. There is something about the time that you've been able to have to polish it in the way that you want to polish it. And clearly, we've all had a lot of time on our hands during this period. It's come good, if you know what I mean. There's definitely a I've been really. My opinion means nothing, but I've been really impressed with what I've heard from it, because it is. It's just impressive work, and I like it, and I like the fact that we all in some way, shape, or form work within a scene that is quite saturated, and yet the releases that are both coming up in the coming week, they're standout releases for the reasons that you've all described and the way that you've worked. And it's all well and good to talk about how people can find inspiration during these times, but actually what you've done is just taken this period of time and made it what you wanted to make it, and it shows in the album. That's a real Fakeman word. That's a real Fakeman phrase to say, but you know what I mean. That's kind of what I'm trying to say.
That's one of the great things about these two guys, is that they're like musicians. Do you know what I mean? Like they're dedicated to quality. So, and
it's nice to hear that, because and I'm pretty sure John will agree as I do.
Yeah.
To hear it when you sit with something for a long enough period of time, when you're working on it and you're putting it together, and you've got tracks that kind of, say the track that you wrote first is like many months old by a certain point, and you're starting on a new one, or you're putting together for the final touches on a new one, and then you compile it together, and there's tracks that go by the wayside and don't fit the vibe of what you're trying to go for, and you have to scrap those, and you start thinking to yourself, does this work as a package that I'm going to release, to the new listener like yourself, Martin, like you said, to hear it afresh? Does it work, whatever level that may be on? Like, does it sound like what you expect from the artist, or like in our cases ourselves? Is it what you'd hoped for, or is it what you kind of is there something interesting, like you said, something maybe that you didn't expect, or just kind of a nice newness in comparison to the previous release? And why you get to this end point where we go to release it, and you're kind of clueless as to like how it's going to be received. As long as I get the point is, obviously, as long as we're happy with it, which obviously in our cases we were, because that they are being released now. So we obviously put something together that we both thought, was that we were happy with. Yeah. But you never know like what people will think to it, because you just sit with it for so long.
Yeah, I think something that's really good about, sorry, I was just going to say one thing about having listened to like Retrochrome 2 from you, Luke. Like, it made me just really excited to go back and listen to some of your older stuff, and I'd put Retrochrome 1 on, and it was a really fascinating experience, actually, because they are quite similar, just in the context of the framing of the albums, but the new, Retrochrome 2 is just, I don't know, like it feels like it's taken a huge step forward to me. Like the sound is just so much more rich. There's just so much more depth to just everything about it. And in Retrochrome 1 was fantastic. Do you know what I mean? So I think it's only really when you listen to them like back to back, you kind of really feel that real change in quality, which is amazing to think of it like that, because I know that the quality of Retrochrome was excellent as well, but it feels like maybe you need to sort of sometimes sit back and go, actually, I've really upped my game here, without maybe even realizing that I've done that.
You never feel it though, and again, I don't want to speak for John, but maybe he feels the same way. You like I say, you get to the end point, you listen to it back, and you might think like, I've really enjoyed putting this together, and I'm kind of pleased, I'm proud of what I've done, but you've got no concept in your head of like, is this really an improvement upon what came last time, or is this the direction of this, whether it is vastly different, or in my case not all that different, I guess. Does this fit, especially like with me choosing to do the continuation of the Retrochrome idea, because it felt like a nice with it being like an EP as opposed to like a lengthy album. It felt like a nice continuation of that without hopefully kind of like hammering it away to people like these tracks are all kind of the same thing, you know what I mean? I was trying to avoid that while keeping it somewhat similar to what came before.
It's a sequel, isn't it? I think, and
exactly.
I guess from an outside point of view, in the sense that you and Jonny have obviously had conversations about it in terms of release and how it works, is that when you sent it through and you've got that consistency in the sense you've got Sam with the vocals on a few of the tracks that you've got, so there is that consistency that goes in it. So when you open up the file, or when you're on Bandcamp and you see what you see, it's called Retrochrome 2. It's got that connection to the first one, number one, which is great because Retrochrome is a fantastic album. So the sophomore album's always going to be that pressure point, right? To the point where people think, shit, I've done X, Y, and Z in the first one. I've managed to sell vinyl. I've managed to sell t-shirts, etc., but then I now need to up my game. But what you were quite smart about, in the sense of, be it marketing or be it just actually the way you wanted to do it, was that this is Retrochrome 2. This is an extension. This is a development. This is a move on. And I like Johnny's point in the sense that I did exactly the same thing. Is that I listened to Retrochrome 2 and I went back and put Retrochrome 1 on, because it fits. And it's not a sequel, and it's not a direct comparison, but there is this idea that it's a development on from what you did before. And I think it's a smart move in the sense of, it's called Retrochrome 2. You've got those tropes that you've had beforehand. So it's a Brandon album, and you know it when you play it, but at the same time, it stands alone in what it wants to be.
Yeah, for sure. I hope
John's back.
I'm back.
Well,
yeah, sorry about that. I was there all the time, but something went weird with the camera.
Oh, crystal clear. Looking crystal clear now, John.
Well, there we go. What can I say? Just like the voice, crystal clear. There's it's the continuation. The continuation to Retrochrome 2 is a good way of kind of like what you were saying before. Like you went along, you did what you thought was going to work with it, and then you get to the point where you are going to release this, and you have no idea how it's going to interact with the audience, and you have no idea how they're going to actually take this stuff. I'm always surprised. I'm very surprised by, so far, Jack, I've been talking to a few of my other friends. Everyone says that the album track is Zap My Heart, which is, it really does ring, and people love that. Whereas I thought, probably stupidly, I thought the other track, which I put out as a single last month, was going to be the track of the album. More upbeat, more synthwave infused kind of montage building kind of thing. But just like you're saying, you just don't know. When you're putting this stuff together, you feel what is right for that moment, and you put it out there, and you're pleasantly surprised by so many other people getting hooked into a sound which you didn't even realize that was going to be the track that would be the one everyone's noticing.
Yeah, it's a really interesting point though. Like, because obviously, like doing the label with Steel City Collective, it's kind of my, doing the kind of A&R role, as well as everything else. But it's one of the big things that you have to consider is when you're putting an album out, what is going to be that one track or those two singles maybe that you put out. Yeah. It's really going to grab people's attention. And I tend to feel like I've got a good grasp on that. And I tend to feel like I pick the right tracks to do that. And, you try and mix it up a bit. So if you're doing a couple of singles from an album, you don't want them to be too similar. I think with Luke, like with Retrochrome, with the two tracks we put on pre-order, I originally wanted to put the two vocal tracks on there because I thought they'd be a bit more, just a bit more flashy. I think like with the track Lightning is like really special track, and that had
a great track.
That one was like a no-brainer. But with the other one, in the end, like we backtracked and took that one out, the other track. So
Right.
because it just, in that moment, it felt like, yeah, suddenly having that diversity, having like an instrumental track and having a vocal track, it did feel right in the end.
Do you know what
but
I
yeah,
find sometimes? It's like when I'm putting the next thing out, I always try and find the thing on that album, the track on that album that will not scare people off. And I think that what I do is I aim for, this sounds something similar to what you already know. So you already know the Beckett sound, or whoever it's going to be. You already know the Beckett sound. This is something that's very similar, and now you can explore this new album, which has different sounds in it, and then you'll get used to a new Beckett sound. Whereas,
with Electric Pillow Talk, this is something else I wanted to ask you as well. Obviously, I've only heard the pre-release tracks. I've not heard the full thing. But
I need to get you a copy.
I've got myself a copy. You're all right. I'll sort that one out. I'll wait for the release day so that I've got something to enjoy on the 28th.
Yeah.
But when I
as opposed to your terrible release,
Yeah.
that's good, isn't it?
Trust me, I've heard that.
Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean?
having to sit through that again on the 28th. Bloody hell. Sorry, carry on.
But yeah, when you picked those 4 tracks to initially release, as a Beckett fan, and again, I get the enjoyment of like this side of the experience as opposed to when you're on the end of it where you've written the music. I thought you'd picked 4 tracks that were diverse enough to, I assume, represent the album as a whole. But just those 4 tracks alone kind of did the job. So I'm listening to those thinking, well, these are great as they are, and if this represents how kind of a nice mix the entire album is, that I'm totally gonna love this. At the same time, they were very Beckett.
Yeah.
But like compared to Outrun the Skyline, because that's like probably my favorite of the past couple of releases,
Cool.
5 and that one, probably more so that one. Obviously, this is different, and then you get to like So Much, which is just like puts a smile on my face every time I listen to that track. And that differs a lot to like Aerobics, like you said, which you put out as the single, thinking this is what people are really gonna jive with. This is what people are gonna like really, this is the one they're gonna put on repeat over and over again and such.
Yeah.
And it's not really been the case. And that having those 4 tracks out there that do differ, and people gravitating to what their preference is, and that not being the same track every time as well.
Yeah.
That's pretty exciting, I imagine, because it would be exciting for me on my end if that was the case.
Oh yeah.
Based on just the tracks. So like you must have been pretty.
I mean,
pretty
getting to see the stats early and see what's happening with the music, it does give you a sense of it does give you a sense of pride in everything you're doing, obviously, but it also gives you this sense of almost like the game. I know how to win this, right? Because I can see the numbers, and the numbers never lie. So the numbers are telling me that everyone wants this, and then you go, right, so when I relaunch the next thing, I will make it more like this for the actual launch track, which was Aerobics, which didn't work because the numbers lied. So looking at it now,
ways, right? It wasn't such a downer. It was like, actually, this is potentially a good projection for like how the album as a whole will come across.
Yeah, and you'd be surprised, like, looking into the album, like what songs are being played most. Those 4 tracks that are out there, it's 20 years. 20 years is, I'm just having a look now at the numbers. 20 years is by far being listened to the most. Now, I don't know if that's because that's number 1 on the album, possibly, because looking at trends before, that's how it goes. But when you put them out there and you send people the links, I never send the same link to several people. I kind of make sure the link's slightly different, so it takes them to a different track, so I can kind of see how they come into the album. I was speaking to the guys yesterday. They were saying that they came in and heard "Show Me What You Want" instead of the other tracks, and they were blown away by what came after that. Going, oh right, well, what is number 1? Let's go back to track number 1, and that's when that's been an eye opener for them. So it's very weird. I find that it can really damage a release if you've got a track that is hidden out the way, and you don't think it's like the lead of the album. So like Zap My Heart, it is clearly a lead of the album from everyone's standard. But yeah, if it's not pushed out there right, it might actually damage the getting any further, because people might hear more synthwave or aerobics, or I don't know, synthwave is a bit of a dirty word or whatever, and they might be put off by it straight away. They might hear maybe one of the slower songs, maybe like So Much, and think it's a bit more, the rhythms digital is a bit different. It's not quite in the same kind of wheelhouse as the others I want to hear. So
I think
don't
also
know.
authenticity is a huge thing when it comes
Yeah.
to picking the right tracks, for me anyway.
Yeah,
I think sometimes you can kind of fall into that trap of thinking, it's like you're saying, what do I think people want, or
Yeah.
what's my measuring stick of this scene and what I think people will dig.
Mm.
And then in reality, like, I think for me that the 20 Years track, like, that one was the one for me that was the really special track on that album,
right.
because there's just that authenticity, and I didn't really understand what that was about. And I heard you on Forever Since the other night, and you were talking about the origins of that track, and it kind of really it was like, now it makes sense why I'm connecting with that track.
Yeah.
So you know what I mean? So
it's the human connection, the story, maybe that's what brings it
yeah,
forward.
I think for whatever reason, that track meant something more to you probably than those other tracks, and maybe not, but something came across to me when I listened to that track where I was just like, this is a great track, and it pulled me in. And that's quite a rare thing, do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
and that's what you're really looking for. And I think it felt a bit like that with Luke's with Lightning, featuring SJ Bravo, like, just something about that track, when you put it on, it just grabs you by the scruff of the neck and just goes, this is special. And that was the feeling I got with your track as well. Something about it, that essence, that obviously come from somewhere deep within, or maybe just by chance. You never really know. But yeah, I think it's really good with releases. Like, have a little pool as an artist, have a little pool of confidants. People whose opinion you really trust.
Yeah.
That you can go to and just say, tell me what you would do with this. Obviously you can't do that with everyone, because some people probably just haven't got a great ear for these things. But there are some people out there that do. It'd be good to try that kind of thing.
Yeah, definitely.
One thing that's interesting. Sorry, one interesting concept we're going to try and play with is putting albums out, like with the pre-listen type thing.
Oh, yep.
But rather than doing it to a select few people, doing it to the entire following of the artist or the label.
Right.
Which feels a bit like, whoa, I'm going to be putting that whole thing out. But they only get like one. Is it on Bandcamp? They only get like one listen, is it? And then it cuts off the link.
Yeah, well, you can change it, but yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's got, that would be a great way, because do you get stats on that as well? I assume you probably will.
I think
get
you
stats.
do, yeah. You get stats of partial listens and complete listens and stuff as well.
Yeah, so again, that's another good indicator of tapping into your actual audience to go in advance and go, what do they actually like? What did really resonate with them?
Yeah.
And plus, it just gives them that taster, a month before you're releasing it, or a couple of weeks before the pre-order releases, and people just suddenly go, "Wow, this is a great album. I'm going to keep my, my eyes peeled for that when it comes out." But it helps you to gather statistics as an artist, and as a businessman kind of thing.
Do you also think that it's something which I've thought about recently? Do you think two things? I've been thinking the platform and also the social. Whichever one you're using, that has a much greater effect or diminished effect depending on what you do. So say if you posted something about SoundCloud, this is what I've noticed. You post something on SoundCloud and you put it through Facebook and say, hey, this is the new thing, whatever. Hardly anybody goes there. But if you go SoundCloud through Twitter, people still go there. SoundCloud, I feel, is a bit dead in the water as it may be, but it's when they lost their they lost a lot of people back in the days when they said, oh, we're going under, and they got bought out, and then they were going under again, and they got bought out again. When they took away the groups, there was a lot of elements of SoundCloud that kind of went down the toilet. But I feel that there is something still there to be able to keep hold of it. But I just don't feel it's as a, I don't feel it is accepted socially, if you see what I mean. Like, if they see a SoundCloud link, quite a lot of people might see it as something for free. And sometimes people aren't actually registering free stuff. They don't really want it. If there's a value attached to it, or pay what you want or whatever, then they can be part of that and say, well, I deem this worthy of something. And they listen, they click, they download, and it's all good. You know, the tracks I've put up there, the albums I've put out there for free, hardly anyone's downloaded, yet people have downloaded and paid for it. Not saying that I'm trying to force everyone to buy my stuff, but I find it very interesting in you know, the kind of the commerce side of music. People are willing to put money behind something and invest in something if they believe it's really good. But if you offer them that same track for nothing, the chances are they won't download it as much.
Do you think there's kind of like a legitimacy there, where it's like, if it's on Bandcamp, then people before listening might presume that it's a more polished, finalized product, whereas SoundCloud, for instance, like if they're a new listener or new to your music, they might not necessarily want to invest that time initially, thinking that it's potentially just something that you've thrown on there as a like thought much about.
I think so. I mean, I think it's been bombarded with remixes and you know, DJ mixes of this or covers of that, or partial works or work in progress. Whereas, you know, when you put out the actual main master and you say, hey, it's all available here, it's free, it kind of gets lost in that ether as well, because it's not deemed, like you're saying, it's not deemed as like a high value product maybe. You know, I always like to try and find the original Blu-ray or the original thing that I've found on YouTube. If I'm watching something and I go, oh, you know what, I'm just going to try and find this film or this bit or whatever it may be. I'm going to try and find it and actually buy it or hire it or whatever it may be. Because I feel like there's a bit more of a connection to the value of it then, instead of just like a throwaway, you know, thing, a bit of media which you can get hold of.
People have the thing you got to remember as well. Like I've been doing a lot of study at, like, in my work and, you know, business stuff, and which, you know, I want to try and use a bit more with the label and stuff like that when I get more time. But people, generally speaking, the products out there that are successful, people pretty much gravitate towards what they know and how those things work. So, for example, like you notice with like social media channels, there are only a few main ones, you know, like obviously the big three like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. But you noticed how over the years, like they're slowly sort of merging into very similar operating system. Do you know what I mean? Like things are in the same places, menus are in the same places, the way that they scroll, the way that videos play.
And you've got things like you know, one-to-one and Squarespace all pushing that, you know, the one click does it all. You know, you can send out a post and it goes to all your socials and it's on your website. So you've got that element as well of outside companies, third-party companies that are actually going, here's all the social media, this is all the code that needs to be injected to make it look and fit right on that page. So you don't need to have all these separate things. You just need to log in and this website will do it for you. So I think pulling that together is something.
But I think like the point I was making there was like that effectively, like we are living in a society where mass consumption is the thing. Yeah. So, you know, there aren't millions of people tuning in and listening to synthwave tracks because they're too busy just lapping up what they're, you know, what they know, and two, what they're being told to listen to. And it's the same thing with platforms as well. You know, generally speaking, the vast majority of people will be listening to Spotify and Apple Music. Some people will be buying things on iTunes and Bandcamp. You know, Bandcamp's got a bit of an underground, you know, decent underground following.
Yeah.
But if I talk to any of my friends that aren't big into music like us lot are, they've never heard of Bandcamp. Like, so again, it's like, the vast majority, the high proportion of the population, they stick to things they know and things they're used to. So that's the biggest platforms like Spotify, Apple Music, etc. And then the biggest social media channels. So when you start throwing things in there like SoundCloud, and there are obviously some issues, for me personally, with SoundCloud, I do think of it as like a slightly lesser platform. I never really got in. When I first got into it, I think it was almost like a bit of a cheap rip-off site where you'd be able to go and grab stuff for free and all that kind of thing. And then, like you say, people just chuck random stuff on there. Also, when I play things on there, some links don't play on some social media platforms, and some, if you're playing it on your phone, you have to make sure you open it in SoundCloud. If it's just on that kind of link pop-up, it tends to just cut off. Yes, it's just all things like that, and it just makes you go, I'm not really that bothered about that. And so it's one of them, isn't it? People gravitate towards what works, what's classy, and what they know.
I think if I talk about myself as a consumer, I see Bandcamp as a sharing platform in the sense of, have you heard this? This is what I'm doing. It's not released yet. Here it comes. Here's the link. It's a private SoundCloud link, as it were. And there's no problem with that, because it sounds like you want it to sound, and it plays the way that you want it to play. I guess in this little forum of 5 people right now, we would all say that we're probably Bandcamp enthusiasts, in the sense that we want to pay for the music that we have. We want to be able to kind of contribute to the artist. It is, and when you talk about the synthwave scene, I think outside the synthwave scene, Bandcamp, like you say, what the hell is Bandcamp? But inside the scene, I think Aaron Valingo said, I think a couple of days ago online, he sees Bandcamp as a digital version of cassettes and vinyl, in a sense that you're directly contributing to an artist, you're getting something which you own and it's yours to have. You can't hold it, but it's on your screen and you can see it and you can download it, you can do what you want with it. So there is this idea for me that, SoundCloud does feel that idea of sharing, whereas Bandcamp feels that legitimate contribution piece. And that will always be the way, I think, until and if this scene explodes, then it will become something else. And what I found quite interesting is when you go on the forums, like I'll use the Synthwave Facebook group that's got 15,000 followers, a lot of people who are very new to the scene. The first thing they'll say is, where's the Spotify link? Where's the the iTunes link? Because it's not what they're used to doing, and that's fine. And my view has always been that if I'm going to promote somebody, I'll promote their Bandcamp link. I'm not going to promote a Spotify link, because what is it, 0.6 pence per play or something?
Like, I've seen everyone on Facebook, like everyone is sharing like the same link, the fact of how low the artist payouts are. Like, it's been recognized that Spotify, as artists, no one can thrive on it. But going to what Johnny's saying, people will still go to it despite it being unethical. And Bandcamp is super ethical. They've been doing all these these releases during lockdown. But yeah, it is a shame. And I will just say one thing I've noticed, because I've been using SoundCloud for about 2 years. The main problem with it is the algorithms, because you know how when you listen to a track and they'll try and continue the flow of like another track you might like, they base that on how many followers the two people have. So the algorithms for, say, Space Jams, it will just be linked to any other account that has the same followers as me. So people will then go to like dubstep or something. So it's very hard to find synthwave artists, because they focus more, on the followers rather than the actual, genre of music. Like, it ignores the hashtags and stuff like that. It's just a shame, really.
I had I think mini disc is the pinnacle of how we should listen to sound, right? Because this is the reasoning. Because you can actually have the album experience, but you can also have the digital experience. So I can have that when I was listening to tapes when I was a kid, or when you're listening to vinyl, whatever. Mostly with the tapes, the Walkmans. You're listening, and you get to know the timings of the silence in between tracks. You get to know the kind of weird tape noise and all that, which is something which this any generation from like whatever 95 onwards, I'm guessing, doesn't know about. They don't understand that, and it's just like now it is I want it now, I want this now, put that on now. There is no kind of the art of the segue is kind of gone. It's only on concept albums and kind of instrumental, maybe film scores, where segue in between a track actually still works. Most of the time it's a case of this is what the track is, boom, next track, boom, next track, and you just don't have that kind of I'm not trying to be an advocate for silence, to be honest, but all I'm saying is that there's this kind of special moment which is kind of lost, I think, in the idea of having one album and listening to it from front to back and understanding every track in there, even if you don't like all the songs. When you're younger, when I was younger, I bought an album, there may be one or two tracks on there I really didn't like, or I just couldn't gel with, and I would basically have to listen to them until they've become built into my psyche that
So you start to like them, then, don't you?
Yeah, you start to like them because I spent 12 quid on this thing and it better be bloody good. So, you kind of start going, okay, I will like everything you've done, Sting. And I will listen to whatever it may have been, tape which I got off my dad or whatever. You kind of you go through that. But anyway, mini disc is where that kind of bridges that gap because, it was portable, it was reliable. You could have, up to 80 minutes on it, depending on which discs you got. And it was instantaneous. It was perfect quality, but you could also record from anything else you had, from a tape, from a vinyl, it could be even speech, it could be whatever. You go to gigs. I used to love going to gigs and going, hey, dude, can you hook this up to the desk? Give me a live recording. And you just whack in a jack and away you go. You've got yourself a live gig. I've got so many treasured memories of like different bands and different elements of, everything I've been involved in since I was, 14 maybe, doing early bands and stuff. And you kind of like, the mini disc was so versatile for that, where there's no place in the market for that kind of thing. I mean, you could easily get a digital recorder these days and still carry that around and still do the same kind of jobs. But when was the last time you heard of, apart from professional sound people or people like us that have like, these elements of doing shows and these elements of recording bands and stuff, when was the last time you saw the general public with a device where they would just go to a gig and record it? Or, I mean, you're not allowed most of the time, but, there's this whole kind of element which has been glossed over and gone, for convenience, we give you Spotify and you have everything you need there. Whereas some magic moments are captured and lost with say the older formats. And I don't know.
But there's that irony, isn't there, John, where you could hook up the mini disc system and say, I want to relive this event when I get home. Whereas now what you've got is people that won't watch a gig, they will record a gig on their fucking phone and just it's just this the whole time.
Yeah.
And you're just like, dude, watch the gig, enjoy it, and then tell your friends that you were there.
Yeah.
Because you got a ticket and you enjoyed it.
Yeah.
God forbid, every other asshole here is going to be YouTubing this shit in half an hour anyway.
Oh,
so
yeah.
So the idea...
Don't ever watch it again either.
No.
That's the irony. You hold your phone there, don't you? And then you don't go back and like watch it.
You're absolutely smashed and the framing shit and all that sort of stuff.
And it sucks. It sounds so bad.
This is what I mean. So the idea is you could take that mini disc and you could take it home and say, do you know what? I remember when he played the bass in that particular way because I enjoyed it at the time. What you're not doing is this. And you're watching it for a frame. And I can remember being, I forget what gig I was at now. And I tell you what it was. It was a Fleetwood Mac gig a couple of years ago when they all reformed before it went funny. And I just said to everybody, just for God's sake, just put your phone down for at least one song and just enjoy this song for what it is.
Yeah.
And, we can talk about synthwave being the center of our world, but it's not the center of anyone else's world. But just put the phone away, man, because
Exactly.
we'll sort you out with a live recording, because we're all recording it because it's part of the jobs that we do.
Yeah.
Just enjoy it for what it is. You paid the money.
I don't get it. Because I go to, when I'm going to a gig, I'll be listening to like the artist tracks. I'm like, I can't wait to physically dance to this track with people who also like this track. I would never ever felt the urge to record. Maybe like a 2-second Instagram story when I was like 12, but generally I don't feel the need to do that. And I've seen people record. I think it was actually a midnight gig in Bristol. Dude was recording the entire thing on his camera. Like, who's doing that to? Like, it's
pisses me off. It pisses me off. And how can you turn around and say, I enjoyed that gig, it was a great time, and all you're worried about is the light levels that you've got, or whatever it miit well be. It's not the same. It's not the same. You know, you're buying a ticket to then stream it to everybody else who didn't buy a ticket, but you paid for it. It just drives me insane. And also, let's be honest, from an audience point of view, you're having to tiptoe above everyone else's asshole iPhone 20 that's this friggin' big.
Yeah.
Because you can't see what the bloody hell's going on.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's a pet hate for me. But John, I agree with you about this though. It's a good shout, because that is the pinnacle point for me. That it was a real good crossover media. That was. It really was.
I was going to say about the filming shows thing. Like when we started doing gigs with Steel City, like at the beginning, and probably up until quite recently, I would always just sit there, and you all know this, John and Luke.
Yeah.
Film stuff of yours, but it's like I'll be there with my phone, just standing there filming it. I wouldn't really get to enjoy, like originally started putting on gigs. That's why we started Steel City Collective, was to just do gigs. We weren't going to do a label or anything like that. But I found myself just, feeling like, oh, well, I need to film this because, I'm helping the guys out. They can use this for promo or whatever. And then I find that afterwards, you're actually looking at these things that you filmed, and I've done it on a phone, so the audio's fucking awful.
Yeah.
The pictures, so I'm there going like, oh, John, I'll send you this video and you can use it for some promo. And then when I go back and look at those videos, when I'm trying to cut a promo video or something, I'm just like, I can't use this. It's just shit.
Exactly. Yeah.
So in the end, I've wasted all that time of my life standing there filming, trying to help people out, really.
Yeah.
But it actually, what I should be doing is going, I probably just need to invest in getting a camera crew to come in and properly do this, or finding a student crew that will come and do it for free or something.
I'll tell
like
you
that.
what, as well, like when you've got like the people that that's their bag, that's what they really love doing. I mean, I teach audio and visual, like I've said before, but the thing is, when you find the people that are really loving what they do as much as I love doing my music, it's a crazy thing, because they will make sure that every shot is beautiful and every bit of lighting and every bit of sound is fantastic, because that's what they want to do, and that's how they get their kicks from it. They're enjoying that venue, they're enjoying that sound, that moment, but they're enjoying it from two different ways. Just because they're enjoying it, but they're also enjoying it because of the technical standpoint. It's a bit of a challenge, it's something which they can get stuck into. And it's great. Like the early days when we were doing those gigs and you were helping us out and getting the filming done, it meant that there was actually live evidence of what we were doing. And look, it's more than just an album you find on Spotify, which someone told you about or whatever. These guys are trying to do live. This is what they're doing. And unfortunately, like you said, the sound was shocking in places and stuff or whatever. And, some of it doesn't get used. And yeah, it does. It is a bit of a bummer for yourself, because you're there, you're doing this and you're trying to help out, but the end result hasn't been as good. Whereas that energy could have gone into something else. And now you found that. That's how it's probably how it's going to move in the future. But yeah,
I think it's just a learning experience, isn't it, though?
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I think I found myself doing that a bit at gigs as well. And I got to the point where I was like, you know what, I need to just enjoy this. And stop doing this. So yeah, I think, and I've started doing the whole, going back and using old physical stuff as well. Like I started buying vinyls and cassettes. I've not quite got back to mini disc yet, although I did have a mini disc player and was quite into it for a while. But yeah, just that reconnection. It's like we're probably like, this scene is one of the pioneers, I guess. Maybe not the pioneer. I mean, like there's probably a larger portion of people in our scene actually connecting with it over other mainstream stuff, I imagine they're all there just with the phones out. No one's ever heard of a vinyl in their life, or whatever. But
that's the thing. You're trading convenience. I need this thing now, and I want it in my hand. And
so easy to get caught up in though, isn't it? Like even as men of a certain age, who've been through all that and experienced it and loved it and have great memories. Like we still just get drawn into this new way of just going, let it just wash over me.
Yeah, I was just thinking. Hold on a minute. Jack just said when he was 12 with Instagram. I was like, what the hell? There wasn't even the internet when I was 12.
Yeah, not quite 12. But like, I've just one thing I really miss back in the days when CDs were a thing, because like I remember back in 2005 and stuff. I mean, for me, if I wanted to access some music, I'd listen to the radio, and I think it was Radio 1 at the time when I was a lot younger. And I listened to a track, and I remember really loving that track, and I couldn't access it anywhere else. And I remember just waiting for the CDs to come out, and then I may not listen to that track too many times after I physically owned it, but those tracks really stand out because I remember just waiting for them to come out. And because I do lots of DJing like in the house and techno scene, they're very much bringing back that vinyl aspect where they'll do a teaser, and if I want to do a set or something, I'll really like that track, but I've got to wait, till extended time to get it, or I've got to buy it, then I'll mix it in. But those tracks, they do stand out a lot more because I remember listening to, the promo about 30 times, and then it's just that magic. Yeah.
Synthwave Lounge for Space Jams. I'm John Beckett, and for the next 30 minutes, boy, have I got a show lined up for you. Some oldies, some goldies, and some new flavors coming your way. And joining me live is Luca Ricardo. So, for the next 30 minutes, sit back, relax, enjoy the sound of Air Games 88. it's not all about synth. Yeah, Synthwave is born in those roots. But it's also about something a little more special. A bit of slap and tickle.
To know you better. You wanna dance, I wanna dance. Let's move together now. I'm only here for one more night. Let's get a drink and lose some time.
You're trying to get with me. I don't mind, long as we're not gonna stop the beat. And if your timing is right, well then we can put some moves in.
getting hot. That's right, I'm sweating for your pleasure. Let's take you back. Let's take you to a classic. This is from Retrowave 4. I tell you, it's been hot. I hope you've enjoyed the show. Oh, Space Jams. Goddamn. play you out with one last tune. A new tune. Something atmospheric. Something that means pull your loved ones close. This is 20 years from Electric Pillow Talk. I'll see you next time. I've been John Beckett. He's been Luca Ricardo. And we've been rocking your world. Thank you very much. I've been John Beckett. You've been beautiful. See you soon.
tell us a little bit more then about, you know, your feelings about the album that's coming up, and, you know, and then also what you've got planned for after the album's released, you know, any live gigs, or, you know, is there anything interesting you got coming up the rest of the year?
Yeah. Well, Electric Pillow Talk took a lot out of me, actually. It took a lot of energy to get where we were with it, and getting it out into the world I've been itching, you know, been wanting to get it out there for a while. It's been done since beginning of July, which is an interesting thing, because a lot of people don't know about it until obviously this is going out. Maybe, you know, next week when other stuff goes out, who knows? But that being said, it's been done. I don't know what I'm talking about. I've just gone completely blank. I'm so sorry.
Okay, John, I'll give you a question to jump off with, right? Martin was saying earlier on, he says that he thinks it's your best release to date, right? Do you feel like it's your best work?
Well, do I feel like it's my best work? I definitely feel like it's it's the next evolution of Beckett. It feels like it's the pinnacle of my production skills at the moment. I feel like listening to, say, the album that a lot of people like, more so than you know, the last album that came out, Outrun the Skyline. People love 5, and I listen to some of those recordings now and compare them to what I'm doing with Electric Pillow Talk, and I can definitely hear my own production skills have changed. They've got a lot more detailed. An example, I'm using a lot more of the hardware. I'm using a lot more of the outboard gear as well, which is definitely something that keeps it alive as in the old sound. And I'm kind of shying away from using plugins as much now. And this album is a lot more focused in that. Plus the addition of adding the bass. The bass is only featured in a few things up until now, but this album is very bass heavy. And, you know, I'm playing that live as well now with the gig. It's something that I've been able to bring to the, you know, to the sound of this synthwave funk kind of combo. And it feels good. It feels good to be able to have something that is a bit more live and touching, you know, something I can just get hold of and just start playing. It's not.
I think that's been a bit of a highlight, like seeing those videos you posted, which actually, remember, got me banned from chatting to you on Facebook Messenger for a while, because I think you was referring to yourself as the slapper, and I sent you a message going, all right, slapper, and then Facebook Messenger banned me, saying I was being abusive.
You're being abusive. I mean,
yeah. But I mean, those videos were just so cool. You know, like just you there, just jamming, and you really feeling it. I mean, stuff like that's really great. And like, I'd love you to do more and more of that kind of stuff on your socials, like really connect in terms of, you know, the artist you are with all this gear you've got, and, you know, and like your abilities as a musician. I really want to see a lot more of that, because I think it's exciting. It makes me connect with you. It's, you know, it's cool.
Yeah, I think you will as well. I definitely think you will. I'm having it kind of in my mindset that I will be doing a lot more live videos like that, making little snippets so people can get excited about what's coming in the future, and definitely with the live gigs. I mean, you know, this year was a bit of a bust in terms of the live scene. Obviously, we all know why, and things have changed. But now, coming up to next year, it's going to be something I've been looking forward to for time, and I've not been able to talk about it for time as well. But Hotline Bristol, that's going to be wow. That's just going to blow my mind, and get to meet the people that have been announced and the people that haven't been announced. Get to meet all these people that are involved in it. It's just going to be crazy, and close to my hometown. You know, I'm up in Manchester, but I'm a Southwest boy. I come up from the south.
Got the twang. You still got the twang.
Yeah, you can't hide that, John. Sorry.
Actually,
Can't hide it.
Hotline Bristol.
Yeah, Hotline Bristol. My farmer.
We're gonna have to get you to do a voiceover. Should have got you to do a voiceover on your promo video that we did for you.
yeah.
What, in my Somerset accent?
Yeah, you can do when it does the sting when the logo comes up. You can go Hotline Bristol.
Hotline Bristol. Make sure you come down, innit? Aye.
That's why you're gonna really want to come to it. I tell you.
Yeah. So
But
all those
one
years
thing
of
that's
trying
cool-
to distance myself from that accent, it still hasn't happened. That's
Yeah. One thing that's so good about that gig though is that obviously like 4 of us sat here are involved in either being on that gig or putting it together. And obviously you guys know, we've worked together on gigs in the past, and they've been, we've been finding our feet up in Sheffield, not got a particularly big audience. We've done stuff in Manchester and stuff like that as well. And obviously doing the Hotline Bristol thing with Jack was about taking that next step, and trying to just raise the game. And, you guys, it's crazy because, we've supported you for so long and trying to get, because we love you, we really love your music, and we know you're talented musicians and performers. So it's going to be a great opportunity, I think, to I'm pretty sure, it's going to be a good turnout. So it's going to be fantastic to actually, people to really see you playing and really vibe off that. But then also yourselves, to just experience that, and to experience being part of that bigger gig with the big performers there. It hopefully gives you that inspiration, impetus to go, I want to be the headliner of the gig next year, or whatever, and to really push forward. But how are you feeling about it? Like,
I'm feeling psyched, man. I'm ready. I mean, we're ready for this year. We're ready for getting together. We had the band, Luca and Rachel were on point ready. And that's one of the things that, like I was saying at the beginning when we were saying about the energy change. Obviously, when COVID came and changed a lot of things, then that energy was, for the live stuff, was rediverted for me into making the album I've made. But I lost a lot of that kind of, I'm going to get up there and I'm going to tell everyone there about me as Synthwave. I'm going to tell everyone there about the people I'm going to be playing on the stage with about Synthwave. We're going to be able to push this a bit further. And it felt like, it still does. It feels like it's going to be a crowning achievement to be able to play, especially with, we've got like celebrity status. We've got like Nina coming down. That's going to be, for me, someone who's been in the scene for so long, and someone who's been really, really kind of at the peak of it, and riding that peak for so long. I just think that's going to be great to be able to say, hey, I'm this guy you've not heard about, but this is what we do.
I have to say, honestly, I'm not speaking on the behalf, but headliners such as Nina and Wolf Club, they are generally probably very excited to be sharing the stage with you guys as well. I do think this as well. I think you're all part of this big lineup, and they are the headliners, but I think they are all excited to share the stage with you all equally, I think, really.
I mean,
they haven't performed before.
Just look at his face. I mean, who wouldn't?
Exactly.
I mean,
that the army impressions, the set,
Hey, come on, Nina, get up here. Come on, play. Come on, Wolf Club, come on. Come on, don't bullshit me. Come on.
Put it in. Yay. I think we were very, very lucky, because we were very, very close. I think, John, if you remember, we were very close to announcing it. We were on the verge, actually, I think a week later we were going to announce it for this year, but then obviously COVID became a serious threat. So I'm quite glad we were able to, I know it's been a crap year for music this year, but quite lucky that we were able to kind of reposition it and make it bigger and better, if you like.
I think it gave us a chance to take stock of things, think about the level of quality that we wanted to put out there. And it's also come at a good time, because I think maybe other people putting gigs on, they'd already got their things out there, so they kind of lost a little bit of momentum, whereas it feels like we've got some nice momentum, and we're trying to put out good interesting content relating to the promo videos and the artists and everything like that. So we're hopeful it'll be really good, because the first gig that you did down there, Jack, was was a really resounding success. So it can only improve. So I think it could be a really special event, and it's a great opportunity for all of us connected to each other to help push each other forward, and really grow and learn from it.
A big bless to all those people that have bought a ticket already. I mean, it's quite interesting, isn't it, film an event for something next year alone, because obviously people don't know what they're doing next year, but combine that with the fact they don't know how long COVID's going to be bouncing up and down for. So I personally really appreciate all the people that have bought a ticket, because that's direct support. That's people that have seen that event, they want it to happen next year. They want to see, guys go up on stage. That for me, that's Generally, synthwave, no one's in it for money. I'm not in it for the money. I want to break even, for sure. I want to make sure I don't lose money, but I'm not in this for the money. I just want to put on a big gig, and little things like that, just seeing people appreciate it. That's all I want, honestly, hand on my heart. That's what I'm in it for. You know,
if we were in it for the money, we'd be pretty boned by it now. I mean, I can't even afford a pot noodle, so it's not really gonna keep me sustained.
If you wanted money for music, it'd be the dubstep scene or something.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I think we've all kind of realised now, especially there's been a lot of talk this year about when we've been doing these events about the sort of seeming demand for it, and then people not necessarily turning up or not showing up to, support. But I think it's one of those things where you don't know what you've got till it's gone. And the fact that no one can go to anything like this now, the moment that these events have been announced, like Hotline Bristol, for next year, people are thinking, do you know what? This is it. I'm gonna go out to one of these events. I'm gonna try and get to everything I possibly can, because you just never know when something comes about, which means that they don't exist for a period of whatever it may be, 6 months to a year.
Well, that's what's always annoyed me about the scene, in the sense that you will have artists who will give their gig list in terms of where they're going, and someone will say, well, why won't you come to this, and why won't you come to here? Like, dude, get on a train, get on a bus, get in the car, because trust me, I think everyone here will travel to where they need to go to have a good night out. And you can't expect, with the cost of gigging and with the cost of putting on these sorts of things, if they're not coming to your little town, go to where they need to be, because if you love it enough, then you'll do it. And I guess there are enough examples of that with the big people like the Midnight and people like that, where people will complain, oh, you've not come to Manchester, or you've not done this, not done that. But just get on a train and pop down to London, because, okay, it might cost you 30 quid more, but it's what you want to do. And I think you're right, Luke. I think there is something about, next year, there is that idea that, yes, it costs money to put gigs on, and yes, you run the risk of a London gig or a Manchester gig with a 250 cap, that is going to cost you X amount. But people are gagging, desperate to do something. So you can't guarantee it, but with the right promo and with the right sort of support, you will fill these venues in the way that you want to fill it. Just make sure that you're responding in the way that you want to do. And that, for me, is enough. And if you're a fan, you'll make the extra mile, because you've been sat on your ass for months now doing nothing. So why not?
I think this scene was really it was set to really take off, the live scene this year. So it really felt like there was momentum. There was more people, there's more events organisers wading in and trying to put on bigger events, and and I think there's this definite wave of momentum that's starting to build, and then it kind of got flattened out. But I think actually what this will make it even better next year, because everyone will be much more organised. I think more people will put on gigs. They'll probably push themselves a bit more, and more people will be willing to go to them, I think, because they'll be starved, wanting to go. So yeah, I think it's going to be a great, hopefully, if things are all good and we don't have to postpone further, it's going to be a fantastic year next year for live.
Well, there's apparently, there's some live gigs happening in London. I mean, was it, Beckett, you've got your Irish counterpart in London or something like that?
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, I've had to get in touch with several different people for that. Yeah, somebody just tagged me and said, yeah, that's Beckett. Yeah. I was like, no, that's really not. But yeah, it's news to me.
For those that don't know, we all expected John to be doing a live event in September. It turns out it was another Beckett, who is an Irish drum and bass, who's doing something live in Camden or something like that. But we were all very excited, John.
So was I. It sounded great.
Your little side project. That was, I was convinced I was going to wait for some Michael Flatley drum and bass. It was coming.
It's going to be amazing. I mean, I could have chosen a different name though, couldn't I? Instead of keeping all
It's about the music. That's all that matters.
Yeah, it's up to the fans to figure out the difference.
Yeah, exactly.
Brandon, Brandon, for you, what's coming? Obviously, there's the album. Is there anything else that you want to let people know about?
Music track-wise, I mean, there's that coming out on the 28th. There's been like a few tracks here and there that are sort of still popping up now, that I had kind of due out this year in some form or another. There's if I had one track that got released on a compilation today by Retrowave Touch. I did a track for them for a little compilation they put together with, it's like an entirely exclusive track list. I think it's in support of the World Health Organization in something to do with COVID. Did a track for that, which is a bit different. And there's a track coming up on the so I think you guys are all aware of Electric Dream, right? The label.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they're doing another Dream Electric compilation, Dream Electric 3, which is a vinyl-only compilation. And all the tracks, again, are exclusive to that release. And I've got a track on that that's due to come out. I'm not sure when that is yet. Obviously, there's like the pressing of the record and whatnot to factor in. I think it's probably going to be sort of towards the end of the year. But that's quite a cool track that I, obviously just the one track, but I enjoyed making that one. And then there's, I've just released the Indiana remix that I did of Indiana's track Physical, which is basically just like an 80s edit, if you will, or an 80s cut. So the track is kind of vocally, structurally unchanged, but the entire production is obviously the Brandon take on her song.
How's that been received? Like, because obviously you know she's like quite, you know, she's doing quite well for herself. Like,
Yeah.
as an emerging artist, like, how have you found, like, has it had any impact on your interactions with fans or new followers or anything like that?
Not as yet, but I suppose it's only been a week, and we'll see. But again, I'm on a different end of that in comparison to obviously your self-releasing your music. So so I'm not sort of seeing the direct interaction with that, but we'll see in time. I did have like a couple of people sort of say that if I find it and come across it and say like really love this remix that you've done, but for the most part it's been pretty quiet. But I'm pleased with the track, and I really like the track, and it came about. So yeah, so there's that, and the other couple of, like I say, compilation features. But yeah, then the same as John, it's just looking forward to next year's Hotline Bristol, which will be my first performance at SJ Bravo, actually, because I've obviously done 2 gigs so far, and we've not yet had a chance to perform live together. So I'm really looking forward to us getting on stage together and just
it's fantastic. Yeah, that he's coming down for that. Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
So are you able to sort of like hint at what you're going to do? You know, like obviously you've got the Retro Chrome 1 and 2. Like, do you want to keep this all under wraps about what you're going to do?
Do you mean for the live performance?
Yeah, like if you started thinking about what you might, you know, what tracks you'll do together and how you're going to present it. And
yeah, we're still in communication about all that at the moment, but ideally we're going to try and do all of the collaborations. There's 5 tracks that we've done together, and we'll try and get all 5 tracks performed live, because I think they're all, there's a nice energy to them all. There's like there's the ballad, and then there's like 4 that are pretty high energy. So they should be fun to perform live. Obviously, I've performed them before, but not with the live vocals, just with the vocals on the backing track. So it's going to be a completely different experience, but it should be a good one.
He's a really good live vocalist. I think I saw him Retro Future Fest, and he also came and did Night Arcade and did some stuff with Sunglasses Kid. I want to say toward the end of last year.
Yeah, really,
Bad professional guy, really, really good. Like, I think to the point where you just literally just plug him in and he's good to go. So I'm looking forward to that. That'll be good.
Yeah, he really extremely energy live performances. I mean, he's been doing that years, like the live performance side of things. So yeah, it really does. So I can't wait to perform, and you know, hopefully it'll be the best kind of Brandon experience that I've done yet.
Sure.
Hopefully. So
I'm going to be running around, probably at the event, I'll be running around like a headless chicken, but if I hear Miami Fresh being played, I'm sure I'll stop what I'm doing and I'll boogie for a second. So,
there you go.
So what's going on in the world of Patrick Fakeman? Any new blogs?
Yeah.
Yeah, Fakeman's been he's been busy. So we've got we've recently had some stuff with, I think last time we all spoke, Brad Fiedel, who is the composer for who was the
Terminator.
composer for the Terminator movies. He did an interview with me,
Mhm.
so that's up online. In the last couple of weeks, I did an interview with Zach Robinson, who is the composer for Cobra Kai, which I'm hopeful that we all are aware of what it is, which is coming to Netflix on the 28th. And then the third season's coming pretty soon afterwards. But Zach's a great guy. He's also known as DAD, as a synthwave artist. And he's got some, so we spoke a little bit about Cobra Kai, as well as what his DAD album that's coming out on vinyl in the next couple of months. Today, which will be tomorrow when this comes out, we did an interview with Le Cassette, which was an anniversary, a 6th anniversary celebration of Left to Our Own Devices, which of course is their kind of big album, which is still up there with the big albums of the scene. Adam and Joe spoke a lot about how the album came together, the way they worked it, how it compares now, what they would have changed, and also a lot of the inspirations on it. So I'm really happy that we managed to get La Cassette to have a bit of a conversation. And yeah, you know, I think Luke, Brandon was saying earlier on, when you read it, you'll read it in, those that have heard Adam, you'll read it in the way that Adam speaks, and it's a very funny interview. It's a good laugh. There's some stuff coming up with both gentlemen that are here this evening with regard to their respective albums, and a few other bits and pieces which I'm hoping will be some good surprises. But yeah, you know, Fakeman, I'm not one to I try not to over egg it too much, but it's been 2 years since we started the project, and it's really starting to take a little bit of momentum, and I'm really happy about that. So yeah, I'm ultimately in a position where it goes from here is quite open. There's a lot to be said about the interviews, but there's also something to be said about doing some video content, which I've been working on with a few artists in the scene who are quite keen to be involved. But ultimately, I think, you know, it's been great. The people within this little group here have been very supportive, as well as others. So I think that I enjoy writing. I you know, like we've all said, we don't do it for the money. I do it because I enjoy writing. It's a good outlet. So I write about what I love, which is what you guys do in terms of how you produce and the shows you put on. So it's going to be an interesting couple of months.
No, it's
It
amazing.
all sounds very exciting. Oh, I meant to ask before we move on to someone else. Give us your thoughts on Cobra Kai, then, Martin. I want to know what you think of it, because like I've seen series 1. I've not actually seen. I won't tell you what I thought of it. I'm not saying that that's good or a bad thing, but I'd love to like your authentic take on, you know, the whole thing. You know, like how there's expectation, isn't there, because of what you saw in the past. You know, how they represented the characters, how they've evolved. Like
there is.
How's it made you feel?
Yeah, there is. I guess what I would say. So it was on YouTube. I want to say YouTube Red. I didn't watch it on YouTube Red. I'll be honest. I watched it through other means, legal, obviously. I enjoyed it. I think what was quite interesting about it was the concept that you can take a TV show, which is an extension of a movie, and completely flip it on its head. Because, you know, let's be honest, what you're looking at there is Johnny as the kind of the positive character in this, whereas in the movies he was the antagonist.
He's like the anti-hero, isn't he? Almost.
Absolutely. I think it's hit at the right time. You know, there's nowhere near enough people watching it. And I think when you talk about the synthwave scene, majority of people in the synthwave scene have seen it because of the connections that it has and because of the aesthetic that it has. And so I suppose my view will always be slightly tainted because I think it's a great show. There's something about the accessibility on Netflix which allows it a little bit more in terms of the rewatch, in terms of the catch-up that you might need to do. The interview with Zach kind of clarified for me the amount of work that goes into the music side of it. and what impact that really does have. Because, you know, I think that whilst they didn't consult with the composer on the original movies, but what they've grabbed is the essence of the show itself. And if you read the interview that I did with them, they were aware that it was Cobra Kai at the time, but they very much bid to do the music when they weren't really sure of much of what the background expectation was. So it's an individual project in itself. You know, I enjoy it. It's great. I think season 3, from what we've read and what's in the interview, is that it's going to be a little explosive and quite interesting. So it's a good extension of what we've got. You know, it's a good show. It's funny. I think it fits what we all like to see in TV and music. So yeah, I quite enjoy it.
I will say that I didn't watch it. I haven't seen it yet. Season 1 or whatever, season 2 now. But with it coming to Netflix, and obviously I've got a Netflix subscription, so I'm far more likely now. In fact, I probably will watch it at some point. And especially, I read the article, and obviously all 3 seasons are coming to Netflix, right? So you can catch up, like you said, and watch the entire thing. So yeah, I'm probably going to be doing that, which I'm looking forward to.
It's a great.
I think they've just done a really good job of it. Like, I think just the whole thing, like the music, the characters, the evolution that they've had, and like finding a way to kind of fall in love with Johnny's character. When that you think that wouldn't be able to happen.
No.
But also, thinking that like Daniel LaRusso is just an arsehole, really.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's interesting. I've not actually watched the film since I've seen the series. It'd be interesting to go back and go, actually, he was always an arsehole.
Whereas
Johnny was all right.
That's the thing, is whereas I have, and there's a lot that's been written by people as either social commentary or whatever it might well be, where if you watch it with the Cobra Kai head on, he's a pain in the ass. You know, he's like an arrogant shit. And, you know, and that's fine. But I think that's what's great about the show, in the sense that, can you take a 30-year-old legacy and turn it on its head within 2 years? Yeah, you can. With good writing, you know, and let's be honest, that is with a very limited audience, in the sense that, you know, YouTube Red, which is now basically defunct, it didn't have a huge amount of followers, but it was enough, probably mostly through, you know, kind of torrent websites, that you can change the opinion of a 20 or 30-year-old kind of group of people that see the Karate Kid as, you know, one of those amazing 80s movies that you would just be very much linked into. So I like what they've done with it, and I'm looking forward to what they've got to come next.
Cool.
Yeah, definitely. So, right, Jack, you need to tell us a bit about what you're up to, because you're always the host and never the bride, as it were. So become our bride now. Tell us what's going on with Space Jams.
The only real big update I could say, it's a pretty damn big update, and you are well aware of this, I guess, is another event we're doing next year. So obviously we've got Hotline Bristol on the go, and quite a generally well-quested sequel event, Tales from the Crypt 2. We're announcing that next week, I do believe. And it's another very big, exciting project. Obviously, Locked Vault, can't say too much about it, but I think working extremely hard on finding a good lineup to follow up after the first. I mean, last year we had Laserpunk and Absolute Valentine as your headliners, so obviously we had a lot to do to try and beat that for a second year. But I think people will be very, very happy with these headliners, and I think I'm excited as it's a chance to get some dark synth artists a chance in the spotlight. It's good to get some dark synth territory, you know, in the UK, get some more of those events going. So yeah, we shall see some announcements, I believe, next week, but that's kind of the main thing I've been doing, this in Hotline Bristol. And obviously Hotline Bristol, we've still got some awesome artists to announce. We've got more things to come. But yeah, I think at the moment, everything Space Jams is all linked to a better year next year, I suppose you could say.
So who have you got coming up on the show, like on the next show?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Obviously, after this one, obviously.
Well, so obviously, because I do many genres, but as far as the Synthwave shows every month, so obviously every single mix series every 4 weeks is a Synthwave show. I do believe the next one I'm going down the darker route. I think, obviously, if you're listening to this right now on Nightride, you've got a Damokles guest mix coming up just after this, as well as myself, I think. But
Damokles live chat, personal chat for 1 hour.
No, it's a guest mix. he's mixing in his favourites. But next month, I believe, on the next Live Lounge, we're going to be having Carbon Killer on the show.
Ooh.
Because I decided, obviously, we had Aaron Nexus and we've had 2 Bs. I thought may as well go down the Synthwave alphabet route. And Carbon Killer's doing some cool sets. So we've got Carbon Killer in a month's time. And I think as far as the radio goes, the guest mix is going to be Billy May's band. So should be a very nice,
a very French lineup then.
French, dark French takeover, I think.
Yeah, oh, that's cool. Yeah, because I've had contact with both those guys because they both did tracks on the Synthwave charity albums that I did under Synthegeddon and Steel City. So, and actually Carbon Killer, I do speak to him. I do actually speak to him, I say fairly often, do you know what I mean? But like we tend to speak to each other like every few months and just sort of like check in. And he's a really cool guy, I really like him. So that'll be a really cool opportunity.
Do you call him Carbon Killer?
No, I call him by his secret name, which I'm not allowed to tell anyone what it is because he hates his name apparently.
Well, the one thing as well, I don't know if he will be, because he's all right doing the interview, but his face is currently covered everywhere. You cannot see his face. He wears a mask on stage. You can't see him on social media. So I don't know if I'll be talking to a man in a mask next month. But yeah, face unrevealed, I think, at the moment, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I think he has done a bit more. So I think he probably will. I don't know, actually. It's really interesting to see. But he did he did his album release. He did a live stream and he was playing. I'm sure he was just playing. You know that like a VR game.
Yeah.
You know that one where you got the sticks and you have to do it in time to the music. I think he was just playing that with his VR headset on, and so I think he was on show. But these French, that Gallic mystique that they all have. Do you know what I mean? Like they're all very. They're just like they like to wear their masks and it's all secretive and it adds a lot of flair and excitement to it. I have to agree.
It's very popular in France as well, isn't it? I was thinking about this the other day. I think obviously Europe is quite good for like gigs and stuff, but France I would say is pretty high up there. I think there's quite a lot of people that go to gigs because I saw the Midnight in Paris and turnout was massive, like huge, massive venue. So I think they've got quite a good thing.
I think there's a good scene over there. Yeah, like definitely.
It's the whole Valerie thing, isn't it? That is the crux and the genesis, you could call it, of synthwave in itself. The French love this shit.
Yeah,
and they're probably, I would say they're the best at it in terms of like doing the actual pure origin synthwave style, which is very French style, which is where it came from. Obviously,
no offense to John or Luke, obviously, who are on this conversation with us right now.
But they're on a different evolution, aren't they? Like these guys are like really retro guys, whereas the French synthwave scene, it's very much based around the origin, like you're saying, Martin. Like, and that's one of the beauties of it because I think there's a genuine, it's almost in their DNA.
It's like Justice, Daft Punk, and
it wasn't synthwave when they were doing it. It was just like we like 80s music and we're going to do this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And people join the party, basically. Yeah.
But there's just something in their DNA that lends very well to this style. The style of music and the origin style. That more outrun style, and it's like with that darker edge that it tends to have. So yeah, I'd love to go and I'd love to put on a gig, Jack. That's what we've got to check off the bucket list.
Yeah.
Put on a gig in France. Let's take all these boys. Let's take all these like sunny 80s, summery British boys over there and show them how we do it.
Hotline Paris. It's going to happen, I think.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, so I guess that only really leaves me to just sort of say,
That leaves you, Johnny. I was going to say, what's
yeah, go on, someone grill me.
what's the Steel City position for the next couple of months? What's happening?
So we obviously have Brandon's coming out with his new album on the 28th, which you may already have heard of. You know, so we're really excited about that. You know, he's put so much work into it. You know, we like to think we've helped to give him just a little bit more confidence and a bit, you know, get a bit more impact in what he's doing, because, you know, he is a little bit of a underappreciated artist considering how talented he is. And that's one of the reasons why we started working together, was to try and, you know, eke out that potential, you know, because he should be right up there with some of the most recognized artists in the scene, and, you know, pushing the live performances and stuff like that. And we're slowly getting there, we're giving him the platforms to do it on. So yeah, so we're really excited about that. And obviously I've known Luke now for, what is it, like three, nearly 4 years. And obviously having met, I think the first time I met him was Retro Future Fest 2, which is the same day that I met you, Martin, like ironically, like physically met. Yeah, so it's kind of cool because we've gone right through from, you know, just listening to a track of his and going, oh, I like this stuff, to asking him to be on a charity album, to then getting to meet him and hitting it off, and then becoming better friends over time, and then starting to get involved with each other, working together. And so it's really cool to have that progression right from the very start of my journey in synthwave. He's kind of always been there. So yeah, so we're like really proud to be working with him, and he's a great guy, and you know, don't want to climb up his butt too much, but you know what I mean? So yeah, but yeah, he's a very humble guy, and we want him to be a bit less humble and a bit more, you know, like letting everyone know out there who he is and what he's all about. And I think we'll get that done over the next few years. So yeah, so that's really exciting. We've been doing a bit of rebranding, which obviously you've probably seen me changing my background, but that's not really officially announced yet, but it will be. But this is going to be the lettering that we're going to be using. We've also got a new emblem, so that's going to be being announced, mixed in with a new release from Air Nexus and Mast. They're doing like a combined EP, which is a really cool thing. So, you know, like the kind of Kuma thing with Alex and Tokyo Rose, was it?
Right.
They did that combo album with the two of them together. So yeah, they're doing this album, and it's just it's pretty nuts. Like, it's about as dark as darksynth can get, but mixed in with spacey elements as well. Harry bringing his stuff in, but very, very metal inspired as well. So that's going to be a really cool thing. So Harry's just had a new logo done. Master's had a new logo done. We've just had our new logo done, which you can see a tiny bit of behind me. So yeah, it's kind of like a coming together of the three of us. Oh, by the way, our logos were done by a guy called Echo Graphic. You just need to check him out on Instagram. He does a lot of really awesome, mainly metal-inspired logos. So yeah, it's cool. We've tried as a label to keep things very clean. We're looking to try and, you know, be more open, because we release a lot of broad styles. You know, we don't just do dark synth stuff. You know, we're releasing stuff with Brandon and other artists. So we're trying to have as much light and shade in there as we can. But they're guys that are going a bit more down a darker path. So they had it done by that guy, but we felt like we wanted to go with him as well. And it's worked out really well. We think we've got like a really cool design that's very 80s, very corporate, and it lends itself to all the different styles we're going to do. So yeah, so that's going to be exciting. Master's also doing a triple single drop, which is a bit nuts, but we thought rather than eke out 3 singles to try and milk a little bit of extra money out of it, we just do a really random thing that no one really does, and just drop 3 singles all on one day.
Isn't he? He does produce stuff like wildfire.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think he just made those 3 tracks in like maybe like a week, and they're like the best. I think they're like the best tracks he's ever done. It's just crazy. Like I don't know how he does it.
He's got quite a few side projects as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's got like 4 side projects. We've already done one of them, Deathwire. He's got another 2 on the go, which we'll get around to at some point. But yeah, those 3, that triple single, it was all about just showcasing his new logo and emblem. You know, so each single has got like elements of the different new designs that he's got, just to kind of showcase them. And he's announcing a bit of a new start, because all the music he's done up till now, like hardcore fans of his will know that he's kind of had this universe where it's gone through right from its very first album release. There's been it's kind of this kind of futuristic cyberpunk story, like a corrupt city that's run by a group of like corrupt, it's like a religious cult kind of thing.
Yeah.
And they're keeping everyone downtrodden. It's kind of a bit of a mix of like, you know, like The Warriors, like, you know, that classic movie with like loads of gangs and corruption and all that kind of thing. Led by this priest character, the guy called the Priest. And yeah, like the second to last track on his final album in that series, Showdown, is called Kill the Priest. And it's just really cool. And he started out really inspired by Carpenter Brut. So he made that song very much like in the style of Carpenter Brut, as a kind of, and I think that was like a way of just signing off. It's kind of really cool when you think of the journey, you know, like he started out because he loved Carpenter Brut. And that was his way of just signing off and going, it's time for me to put that to bed now and become who I really am going to be and step out of that shadow kind of thing. So yeah, so it's really great. And he's going to be going much more metal, which we're really excited about. So yeah, so it's an exciting time. We've got a couple of other new artists coming on as well. Synthista, the Russian guy, who's, you know, maybe some people will know him. But really talented sort of dark synth cyberpunk artist. So we're excited to showcase that. There's a single coming out in a few weeks and then an EP. And we've also got another guy, Matt's friend from Argentina, called Nextroid. So I don't know whether that's like Nextroid as in you're pumping too much iron and you can't wait for your next hit of roids, or whether it's some kind of like droid thing. I'm sure that'll all be revealed to everyone. But yeah, he's a really, really like unusual artist, like very much like a bit of dubstep, bit of drum and bass, retro gaming, synthwave, like all mashed up together. So we're excited. He's a young guy, really talented guy. So we'll just see how that goes down. But yeah, so that's it in terms of like the musical releases coming up. And we've obviously got the gigs that we're organising. So excited to announce this big dark synth event next week. Hopefully it's going to blow people's socks off. And yeah, dead excited about Hotline Bristol because, you know, got some great talented guys. Really excited to finally get like John and Luke a really good platform so that people can really see how talented they are, and hopefully that will really help them to grow, which is something we've been trying to help them with for quite a while. So yeah, just exciting times, just so much on, doing these video things, you know, getting to show a bit more about who we are and what we're about. It's just a good time, I think. Lockdown in a sense has helped us to kind of maybe, I don't know, push forward with things we probably wouldn't have done. We could probably sat in our comfort zones instead of seeking new ways and new things to do.
So
yeah,
I think we'll end the show, because if obviously those tuning in, if you enjoyed the show today, if you enjoyed the guys on the show, you can catch most of you again. Is it next week? What are you doing next week?
Yeah, next week.
So with Steel City, we're going to do our first sort of similar show to this, where we're going to get like a few people on chatting, you know, just trying to bring people together from the scene that you probably wouldn't expect to have together. Obviously, with the first show next week, we're getting these guys back on because it's going to be like an album launch party kind of thing that we're going to go with. So I think we're going to be much more focused about the music and talking about, you know, setups and production and all that kind of thing. And we're also hopefully going to have Ashley from Forged in Neon coming on to chat with you guys as well, and some other people. So yeah, it should be really exciting. So, and that's going to be called Off the Record. So this is obviously the live lounge, and that's going to be called Off the Record. So just kind of trying to just get people together from the scene, all over the scene, and get them talking about cool stuff off the record, so to speak, literally and figuratively.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you guys very much for coming on today. Massively appreciated. Very excited for everything that's coming up. If everyone want to share your social media tags, so anyone tuning in can tell you guys. Well, anyone tuning in can follow you guys. John, what are your?
Well, if you want to find anything for Beckett, it's Project Beckett on any of the socials. Same thing on for Spotify. It's just Beckett. For Bandcamp, Project Beckett. And anything, just type in Project Beckett, look for Beckett. You're going to find me. I'm not hard to miss.
And Luke, where can we find your stuff? Is it it's Brandon 1980s, isn't it?
Yeah, all the socials are Brandon 1980s, and have fun trying to look for me on Spotify or whatever via Brandon. But best bet is to search for Retrochrome, and then after next Friday, you'll find both of those EPs on all your streaming platforms and whatnot. So yeah, that's probably the best way to find me.
Fantastic. And Martin, where can we find Patrick Fakeman?
Patrick Fakeman on the socials is Patrick Fakeman, and the website is pfsynth.com.
Nice. And Johnny, Steel City?
Yeah, so generally speaking, we're operating primarily as a label at the moment, so you're best off going to buy the cool music that we're putting out at steelcitycollective.bandcamp.com, and you can also just find any of those artists on there. Just go, we always drop the link for all platforms in the blurb on every Bandcamp release we do, so that you can go, if you want to go and listen to it elsewhere, you can do that. Otherwise, you can go to steelcitycollective.co.uk, but our website is operating on minimal function at the moment, so there's stuff on there, but yeah, it's something we need to work on. But yeah, focus on the music, and the socials is just at Steel City Col, because it's too long to put collective. So Steel City COL.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you guys very much for coming on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
This is Tim and Ian from Palm Lakes, and you're listening to Space Jams.
Initializing startup sequence.
Welcome to the coolest party in the universe, an intergalactic journey through the senses. This is Space Jams. Brand new music, classic melodies, and sounds yet to be discovered. Join us as we discover the best in disco, synthwave, house, vaporwave, new disco, lo-fi, and everything in between. Brought to you by Jack Dyson, the funkiest party on the West Coast.
All systems are go. Please enjoy your stay.
Yeah.
Claim to be a saint. I never left a trail of broken hearts, but I never said I was afraid of losing it all. Even a lion can be tamed. We try our best to keep from falling apart, but I know you're nothing but afraid of losing it all. Why don't you wait for me? 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 Cause you're hurting losing it all. So why don't we just stop and smile in the face of the storm? Take my hand and never let go. Forget the losing it all. Why don't you wait for me? 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 Oh, do you listen? Wait for me. No matter how hard you try, you never go back. You are those ways to me. You never felt so
We were wild, do you recall? Do you long for days you've had before? 'Cause I don't wanna lose it all. I know the faces and all the times they're talking to me in the back of my mind for a moment, and then it's left behind. It's alright, 'cause I don't know what we're fighting for. Falling in love.
Space Jams.
I've got you, darling, so understand. I won't let you slip through my hands. We're gonna make it.
what I need.
This is Peter Zimmerman, and you're listening to Space Jams.
There is longing in my heart tonight, while I walk these streets of sorrow. I try to leave my past behind, will I face a new tomorrow? But I have you always by my side, showing me how life can be brand new. And when I'm drowning in the bluest tide, you always pull me through. My Cynthia, every night and day you lift me up, you make it all okay. My Cynthia, like a neon light you shine the way. You're my Cynthia.
Stay in bed and do what you wanna do. In other words, nothing. Don't do nothing. Stay in bed and do what you wanna do. In other words, nothing. Don't do nothing. Everybody's out there flexing like they're DJs or a chef. Only people I respect are working for USPS. And the doctors and the nurses and the grocery store clerks. If you're acting like you're busy, boy, you're looking like a jerk. Cause your recipe won't rescue me. Your workout plan is stressing me. Your movie list is dubious. And I don't wanna read a book, it's tedious. So you ain't never ever gotta feel less than. If you're spending all day in your sweatpants, you ain't gotta look fly when you're underneath the covers. You got Wi-Fi, then you're covered. Stay in bed and do what you wanna do. In other words, nothing. Don't do nothing. Stay in bed and do what you wanna do. In other words, nothing. Don't do nothing. Everybody's always bragging about all their activities, but there's really nothing wrong with zero productivity. All these people trying to Zoom, I don't even like them in real life. I'ma stay up in my room, the only place that feels nice. Cause your recipe won't rescue me. Your workout plan is stressing me. Your movie list is dubious. And I don't wanna read a book, it's tedious. So you ain't never ever gotta feel less than. If you're spending all day in your sweatpants, you ain't gotta look fly when you're underneath the covers. You got Wi-Fi, then you're covered. Stay in bed and do what you wanna do. In other words, nothing. Don't do nothing. Stay in bed and do what you wanna do. In other words, nothing. Don't do nothing.
Listen to every song that's ever been played on Space Jams on Spotify. Now available at Space Jams Official.
You're listening to Space Jams. I'm John Beckett.
Roxy Drive, and you're listening to Space Jams.
Stay updated with incoming shows on Instagram at Space Jams Radio.
Hi, this is Nina, and you're listening to Space Jams.
all Space Jams mixes uninterrupted on SoundCloud and Kiki at Space Jams Official.
This is freedom.
This is Space Jams.
Hi, I'm Damokles. This is my radio show. Actually, I was invited to do a 1-hour radio show all about me. I couldn't say no to that, could I? So you're stuck with me for the coming 60 minutes. There's gonna be a lot of music from my brain to you. There's a lot to choose from. There's over 10 hours of music on Spotify under my name. And I've been around for quite a while. You might also know me as DJ Ekstrom, Anders Ekstrom, and, Andy said okay, but, Damokles is the name I'm sticking with, at least for the time being. One track that you probably already have heard is what I thought was best to start with, so we could get acquainted. Here it goes, Ozone Surfing. Ozone surfing, I felt like it was, track about surfing the ozone layer. It's all it's a different kind of mindset when you try to name tracks. Some of the tracks sort of tell me what they want to be named, others are more like chance. Anyways, Damokles, that's me, and this is all about me. A 1 hour show filled with my music. Could it be better? Well, I'm pleased anyway. So there's one person on the planet that's happy. Damokles, well, I've been around for quite a long time. I released my first vinyl back in 1987 under the name Andy Said Okay, but as it turned out, Americans pronounce it Andy C OK, and that magic disappeared. So that was the only time I used that name. But anyways, Lost in Space, my first vinyl. When in 2013, I figured it was time to start releasing music again after a long time not doing it. So I actually made a cover of myself. So Lost in Space got new life in 2013 with a track called Lost in Space, on an album called Lost in Space. And Lost in Space is kind of a description of my mind altogether.
shot. The station was ripped apart. A few of you survived it. The vessel, a work of art, was wrecked and thrown out of orbit. Drifting alone in your stress, existing, but your arm is a mess. It was torn up by a metal arm, passing your direction. The spacesuit computer was set to start a pressure of the suit inspection. Lost in space, you are lost in space. You are lost in space. You are never, ever jumping home. Thinking about your wife and your son, wondering if they'll manage alone. Shouting into the radio, there might be some spaceship out there. Listening in stereo, only noise, there is no answer. Reflecting of how long you might live. Drinking, how much more will you give? You're heading towards the stars. Someday your remains will get there. Somehow it seems a farce, spinning around in nowhere. Lost in space, you are lost in space. You are lost in space. You are never, ever jamming. Lost in space. You are lost in space. You are lost in space. You are never, ever jumping home. Ever coming home, quite, bad story about an astronaut being the only survivor in a spaceship that exploded, and he's finding himself alone in his spacesuit drifting away to oblivion. Well, I wrote a track about the actual music making process that goes through my head, and this is it. Released in 1st of May this year, a track called Hyperwave, a cool name of the thing that's going on in my mind. Highway.
feel the groove get brought to the bars of your creation. It's feeling those better sense when you're locked in an everything checks. Every move you make and every path you take brings you closer to the time it's not consummation. Bring you closer, bring you closer, bring you closer, bring you closer, bring you closer to the bring you closer, bring you closer, bring you closer, bring you closer to the time. Let's continue to climb. Well, I just got to play. Get far away when the soul opens up, and I simply can't stop. I'm a musical slave, and I go high away. In a place without time. Let's continue to climb. Well, I just got to play. And I get tired away when the soul opens up, and I simply can't stop. I'm a musical slave.
Hyperwave, you know, the story about what's going on in my head when I'm creating music. It's kind of a zone in which you forget all about time. And I've spent quite a lot of time making music, hopefully for you, but at least it's out of my system. It's a way of not getting constipation in sorts of ways. No, I've been a DJ for so many years. I started back in 1979 as a 16-year-old boy, and so I've got influences from all over the place. You know, it's reggae, it's funk, it's disco, it's synth, it's rock, it's all of that. And one thing that strikes me is that there are so few ballads today. I mean, like in a movement that romanticizes the 80s and in its all neon glory, ballads sort of should have its own place. But if, as a DJ, I put on a ballad out in a club, people just stand, you know, looking at me, what's going on? This is not a drop. Back in the day, we used to, you know, get close and dance together and hold our bodies in the heat of the night. But, you know, that's all forgotten now, so who cares? But this is actually me going all cheesy and making a ballad. I actually have a few of them. This one is called My Epic Love. And it's all for you, isn't it? I hope you enjoy it. Dance a bit. Get close. My Epic Love on the album Synth Love Affair, Volume 1. Back in the day where synthwave artists made a lot of collaborations and compilations. Are you crying? It's okay to be crying. Anyways, so ballads, bringing them on. I mean, like, the 80s was saturated with ballads. It was the decade of ballads. So if you love the 80s, ballads should be a part of it. And also, funk should be a part of it, because I'm all about the funk. I actually made a track called Bring Out the Funk to kind of tell people to do it. And my daughter, Louisa, is singing on it. I'm not allowed to say that, but she is actually singing on this track.
The beat is drumming, the bass is pumping. You know the power is hissing, the floor is chilling. Even though we are chilling, you know the force is spinning, and there's nowhere to your brain. You can't stop something, you start to feel it. Move out, your heart is calling. You need to move your feet. That's got you, and you can feel it's new. See the crowd you move through. You need to get down on the floor. Your body's moving, and everyone is grooving. And this is only proving that what you need is simply more. You can't stop something. You start to feel it. Move out, your heart is calling. You need to move your feet.
Somebody said it's time to bring out the funk. Everybody get moving. It's really time for us to bring out the funk. People want to get moving. Somebody said it's time to bring out the funk. Everybody get grooving. It's really time for us to bring out the funk. People want to get moving. Some serious
guitar action going on there. If you find me incoherent or blurry in some kind of way, it's because it's a gazillion degrees in the studio. I'm totally melting away. But anyways, in the 80s, one thing that was going around was sampling. Sampling other people's voices, tracks, whatever, and making new stuff of it. But today, that's totally forbidden, and Big Brother is watching over you at all times. But on the next track, I will actually be doing the 80s style with samples that are totally legit because I've paid for them and I'm allowed to use them. So what I did was a track that sounds a bit like, a DJ mix, but it's all one. At least that track is coherent in a way, even if I'm not. So let's go for that.
I have said not once, but many times.
Do that dance! Get on up, dude. 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 Do that dance! Get it up. Get it up. Get it up.
song Do That Dance, a totally legit track with a lot of legit samples on it. So Big Brother, pay no attention to this one. These are not the samples you're looking for. See what I did there? Well, anyways, it's a gazillion degrees in the studio, so my mind is totally floating around under the ceiling. But anyway, some of you might say this is not synthwave, and you would be completely right, because I'm a total fake and a fraud. I'm not a synthwave artist. At least I'm not your normal kind of synthwave artist, because I make music all over the spectrum of the 80s, and I have been doing so since the 80s. And then about 10 years ago, somebody came in and said, hey, you're doing synthwave. And I was so relieved, because, you know, I realized that synthwave for me is 80s inspired synth-based music, and that sort of covers everything I'm doing, and that's great, because I never had a clue what kind of genre tracks I made was, and I'm quite happy not to have to think about that, because as I said, my brain is not functioning. This track, however, will probably fit your idea of synthwave. I'm going out into space again. This one is called Many Light Years Away, and there's kind of a hope that we might get there, you know, maybe one time in the future, but in order to do that, we need to take care of each other. many light years away from a record I released, earlier on this year. Time flies. I'm already halfway through my 1 hour of myself, me and I. I thought about, I actually made an entire album about time travel because there's so many cool things going on in time travel movies, and check that out. This one is called It's very hot in the studio. I can't speak anymore, but it's called Retronomic Time Adventure.
It's ready to tear me up, can't get my mind blown. Try shaking the feeling, so strong it will never stop. I'm up at the ceiling. Give me a time machine, I love that scene. It's a nice scene. Retronomic time, give me a time machine. I love that scene. It's a nice scene. Retronomic time, it's time to get back again. It's the only solution. I'll turn on the blockade. Need to do to save my brain. Return to the decade. Time machine. Give me a time machine. Love that scene. It's in my scene. Give me a time machine. Love that scene. It's in my scene. Give me a time machine. Love that scene. It's in my scene. Give me a time machine. Love that scene. It's in my scene.
Give me a time machine, I love that scene. I'm talking about the 80s and the feel of being on the dance floor back in the day where it all began. The synth pop movement, 1981, Human League, Depeche Mode, Soft Cell, what all the names of those giants were. I was very influenced by it. And as you can tell, my music still have the DNA in it. And one that in particularly has the DNA from at least Human League is this one. It's called Into the Future. Quite popular as it seems. very much Human League DNA in that bass, isn't it? Talking about DNA, the entire scene, I'm talking about synth pop and everything involving synth, electro, and it's all coming from the minds of Kraftwerk. Back in 78, I got hold of an album called Man Machine, and it totally changed my mind about everything, and my life has never been the same after that. So this next track is actually a homage to the guys who changed the world, and the Robots got really stuck deep in my mind, and this next track is kind of a next chapter about artificial intelligence suddenly becoming aware. one-man machine that changed my world made me do this, as a homage to the brilliant minds of Kraftwerk that changed the entire world and actually spawned not cough, but a lot of genres of music. And you might say this is not synthwave, and I might agree. Synthwave for many people is like outrun, and I don't do many tracks in the outrun kind of subgenre, but this one is quite close. Intergalactic Explorer. Well, you know, maybe it's not Outrun anyway. This was some Intergalactic Explorer. I had to read there for a while because I forget the names of my music. I forget, my music entirely. When I'm doing a live performance, I need to practice a lot before, because it's like learning altogether new music. And then after the live performance, I forget it again. So what were we talking about? I forget. Anyways, time is running out. I'm looking at the clock, and there's only like 6 minutes left. So much music, so little time. It's kind of hard to actually choose what tracks to play for you, but I think the next track should be also back into the time travel kind of feel. Feeling the TARDIS kind of vibe coming on this track that I call Big Bad Wolf. And for those of you following a certain doctor, you'd know why. Almost the last track for today, so enjoy. I don't know what next track will be, but it will be awesome. Cheers. Time flies in such a way that, I realized that I had to cut this short in order to play another track because it's almost over. But, you can reach me and find me on the entire global World Wide Web at Damokles Sword or Damokles.com or whatever. Search me and I'll be there for you. This final track is called Quantum Flux, kind of cool name. And it's also into the electro-funk scene. It's been so much fun doing this, I have to do it again. I'm Damokles. This is Damokles playing the music of Damokles for an entire hour, and that hour is coming to an end. But it's been a blast, and I hope you've enjoyed it. And there is so much more music to be heard on SoundCloud if you like it. And you'll find me on social media at Damokles Sword. But take care and be good.